Splaga blaga 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 blom 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 beam 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 spiggity bomb bomb yes 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 yes
Splaga, 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 splaga. Boom, 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 bing, 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 bing. Spiggity bump. What's up, chat? Good morning. How are you all doing today? Okay, game's over. Nice seeing you all. See you later. Did I not click this shit? What's taking so long? There we go. Let's make some silver today, chat. Today we finally get another full Edania. Well, let's see what was on Global Lab. Let's see if Foundry has updated English notes yet. Today's the 10th, right? Okay, they got the 10th. Let's see. Enhancement UI revamp. Okay. I like that. Put our materials and stuff in there too. That's awesome change. Talking about all the things we can put in there. Trial character changes. Okay, trial characters are designed to help you practice. Yeah, no kidding. So new trial gear. A Throne of Power feature has been added, allowing adventurers to ascend to Edania's throne to view their realm through an Edania-specific UI. Dedicated in-game button after opening Edania's throne UI. When clicking it, only the Edana of each castle that won the throne can use this function. Okay. And then sailor stats, moral boss changes. Oh, the distance at which Zephyros Shadow Knight searches for nearby adventurers has been increased by 250%, which basically means you can move to the next pack and the knights will always follow you, even in the bigger rotations. That makes every rotation a good rotation now. They're all the same. The range at which Beelzebub returns to its original position has been increased, so you don't have to worry about him resetting. They probably had to do that because of his big fucking jump. And then bug fixes. Nothing Sage related, so who cares? All in all, a very tame global lab. All in all, a very tame global. Let me do something actually. Wait, what? Full Idonia? What do you mean full Idonia? I completely missed that. Let's get another full Adonia. Oh! I meant Harold. Oh, shit. I better take another drink of this coffee. I'm so close to being done my Heralds. I'm done with my crystallized. Unless I end up deciding that I want to do 4 more DR and 4 more evasion ones, then I'll need another 800, but I don't think I'll ever run that. Yeah, keeping the Adonias logged up, that'd be sick. Oh, I didn't turn in the daily yesterday. Remind me later, Kinjara, in like an hour or so when we have more people in here. We'll watch that new video. Maybe, actually, you know when we'll do it? We'll do it during lunch. When I'm sitting down eating lunch, that's when we'll do it. I am getting some, like, jitters right now. Not me, the game. What is going on? Oh wait, now it stopped. Maybe it just as things are loading as I'm running around the world. No, it's... What the hell? The titles of the tournament winners? No, I didn't. Was that on Global? I didn't see that on there. Or did they make a completely separate post? Let's see. Master Warrior. Yo, it's got a gradient to it? And like a glow around it. Okay, that's actually sick. What do you mean it's terrible? That's sick! That's way better than any title that's out there. Doesn't have an aura? That's the thing though, is if they gave it an aura, then what would happen is they would make it temporary. If you want that title to be permanent, or if you want the likelihood of that title being permanent, you don't want it to have an aura. Anytime they add something super cool to something like an aura, that means it's going to be temporary. I feel like I'm getting some, like, fucking stuttering right now. Like, this doesn't feel as smooth as it should be. Maybe it does. No, I'm getting some... I wonder. It's not vibrant enough? I mean, I don't think it's bad at all. I think that's the most unique title that I've seen yet. I don't know if I would have made it like a white and gray gradient. Like, they should have had the white and black gradient and have like a gold title. I think that would have been cooler because then it also would have matched Sovereign, right? But I'd wear that title. Fuck yeah, I'd wear that title. And also, it's wait, are most titles full caps? I can't remember now. I guess some might be. I wonder what it's gonna look in this window too. Arbor back. Still not half as good as the greatest title. Yeah, I don't understand when you consider how stingy they are with all the titles. I understand somebody like Divios, who was one of the winners of the first season, right? He was rank 1. Because what they did is they took rank 1 and rank 2, and then you got to pick 2 people to join your team, and then they flew you out to TwitchCon. They did that with NA and EU, and you got to fight each other, right? Basically, the NA team fought the other NA team, the EU team fought the other EU team, and then the 2 winners fought each other. And I would have understood if they gave, like, the winning team the title, but they gave everybody. Like, you didn't have to be top 100. If Divios would have picked me to go out to that TwitchCon, I would have got the greatest Sage title. And to me, that's just so silly. Yeah. So, like, that was the one time they actually did give away a cool title, and it doesn't make sense why. It doesn't make sense to me. But like every other example, they've sucked with titles. But I don't think that's bad, man. I like that Master Warrior title. That's, as far as I'm aware, that's the very first title with a gradient. That's why I didn't train all night. I forgot to use my fucking books! Okay, oh, maybe I shouldn't be standing on the lava. Did it apply it? Okay, pop our buffs. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I am actually getting low on loot scrolls. I don't know. Shit. I never actually realized how low I was actually getting. I just kept popping them. Why are they getting so fucking low, actually? Is there something I'm forgetting to buy loot scrolls with? I know I can buy a bunch of loot scrolls from these, right? I could buy, well, I guess that's only, what, 40? Oh, I haven't bought my weekly ones from here yet. I might have to start buying them from Pit of the Undying. And then there's the Dark Spirit Greeds. I can only buy those once a week. Gotta make sure you buy those. Can I do item collection? Why does that look so weird? What item collection? Why does that little blinking thing not fucking line up? Huh? Item collection. There we go. I almost have enough for 30 more of those. That's 400, not 40. Oh yeah, it is 400. You're right. What did I look at? The fuck did I look at? It looks like we're getting the new trial gear though next week, Kelb. So you and I are gonna have to hit the dojo. You're gonna have to help me shake off this rust because I'm sure I'm a lot more rusty than you are. And also, why are you typing on YouTube? What the hell? You get banned on Twitch? You saying some shit, Kelb? You're a non-ferrous metal lacking sharpness. For the new music? Nope, no music? Gotcha. Yeah. That's a nice thing about YouTube. Yeah, if you want to listen to your own jams, you're sick of my own shit. You can go on there and listen to your own jams. It'll be nice once I can start selling my heralds, though. I need 3 more heralds, and then I'm done. Then I have all of my different setups upgraded. I got these last 3. And I don't even use... Evasion offense is such a meme. I don't even know why I want to do that. I'm just doing it for the sake of not having 2 in there that aren't upgraded. Check the second link? Oh, I didn't see the second link, yo. The Master. What's this title for? That one's a boring one. Maybe that's for, like, number 2? I don't know. It's a pretty ugly title. They should have made the requirement for this tournament 850 gear score. What do you guys think? The grind it? No, not the grind spot, the tournament. I'm pretty sure that would have eliminated every other Sage. 55-year age limit on the tourney? Whew. Good thing I'm only 41! You think you're fucking funny, don't you, Kelb? I feel like Riftstorm needs a buff, though. Kado. Oh my goodness. And he gone. That's right. He sensed my aura. It's a damn. There's a powerful entity nearby. His little face visor read a power reading of over 9,000. When am I gonna get enhanced Debo from this spot? Oh, we actually got full buffs on this channel too. I wasn't even paying attention. Jeez. Although they're all about to wear off in 30 minutes. Can't win against a flame tower? What are you talking about? We actually did win. You sat in that flame tower and all you did was spin around. Look at me, look at me. I'm so hot. I'm so fire. But you end up losing anyways. Yeah. And what did I get? Let's see. 50%. Get on my level. I actually didn't even show up to Node Board last night. I take Thursdays off because usually the family is all off and we sit around and watch TV or a movie or something. I feel like my damage is sucking ass right now. I better not have my XP crystals out. Oh. I think I'm just sucking ass. Oh, I don't have house buff. That's why my AP is a little bit lower. Not that I need it. I should switch to it though and swap over to my my other stone. Because it's annoying to recharge the Veil. Yeah. That's nice getting no more buffs. They help a lot when grinding these spots. Quick. Everybody, don't type anything. Maybe Dragor will leave. This is me after spending the evening with the wife. Oh, never mind, I'm back. I'm ready for round 2. Oh, shit. Actually, maybe I'll just sell it. Woo. Yeah. Excuse me. I get distracted. Ooh, deep in doing it. Apparently Biceptimus is on the same channel as me. I just saw that shit pop up on his screen too. See if Deep's gonna do the drop rate one too. Oh, there's the DP one. Oh yeah, I forgot to get house buff too. The better region sages? Good. Good, 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 good. Get used to that latency and then come back and all your fucking shit's fucked up. You know what's a funny thing though? Before they centralized the servers, I had a really close to the same latency on both NA and EU. It was only 20 milliseconds higher on EU than it was on NA for me. So I could actually do either region. You're training with the Mina Sages? Do you mean the Mina Sage? Isn't that server dead? I'd be surprised if there's one Sage. There's multiple? So 2? Or no, that'd be a couple. So 3. Sage does aura farm. It aura farms hard. That's why, like, I've said this 1,000 times. You can make Sage... Sorry, you can make Tamer, like, super strong, and it would still barely be played. Because there's so many people out there, like, the aura of Tamer is just so small. It's so fucking small. But Sage, you just give it a slight taste of power, and people are like, fuck yeah, I'm about it. I want to feel like a god. I want to shoot lightning bolts. Ninja has the fucking weebs, man. Striker has no aura. Striker has no aura and no bitches. Oh shit, that's right, I was gonna house buff. I keep forgetting. Let's not forget this time. Woo! Alright, now we buffed up. Now we can swap to this Elk Stone. The cheaper one to recharge. Oh, what's up, Orvic? Good morning. Yeah. There's multiple benefits. One, you just buy the mats off the market and it's super easy to recharge. Two, it has 50 more durability on it, so you only have to recharge it like 33% less often. And then 3, because it's so cheap and everything is so available off the market, you just let that shit rip overnight. You never have to worry about turning it on and turning it off, and shit being wasted. You just let that shit go. Because it's less effort to just recharge it once a day than it is to be turning it off and on all the time. Oh, did they mention... Yo, with the trial gear, did they mention anything about elk stones in the AOS arena and shit? No mention? Shit. What? Oh, they just told us about trial characters. They didn't tell us about the AOA changes, right? I like it. I don't know about anticlimactic. What kind of climax did you expect from a UI enhancement change? Do we still keep the old one? I hope not. They need to cut that shit out and just pull off the band-aid. Same with like the stat window. They need to stop having multiple interfaces available in the game. Just make people adjust. By the way, you guys, tomorrow's Saturday stream is going to be slightly shorter. We're going to be starting earlier, but lately I've been going to like 5 on Saturdays, and I'm only going to be going to about 3, maybe 3:30. We got some family pictures that we need to have done tomorrow, and the photographer is doing their Thanksgiving dinner on Saturday instead, and which is tomorrow. And she requested if we could just do it a little bit earlier. So, and we like to do the family photos when there's still like colorful leaves and shit on the trees. So, and it could be like one weekend and then all of a sudden it's all gone. So, it's supposed to be a beautiful day tomorrow. I'm gonna take advantage of it. Are you guys gonna be in the photos? I fucking hope not. Oh my goodness. I could see you just photobombing in the background with a hand full of kebab. Yeah, we're gonna actually watch it later. I'm telling you, I've been telling you guys, Crimson Desert, it exceeded my expectations when I went to go play it, and I was already pretty optimistic about it, but I did have apprehension, and when I went and got my hands on it, all of my apprehensions about it were, what, resolved? Alleviated? Like, it just made me more excited for it. I actually look forward to playing it on stream with you guys. We're not going to R-mash either. We're going to pay attention to the story. We're going to work our way through it. Don't you feel somewhat proud of PA? I mean, I've been proud of PA for a long time. A lot of people don't understand what this company was before Black Desert. Just for a brand new company to emerge and create as much as you want to pretend like BDO isn't a successful MMO. If you pay attention to the ruins and ashes of all these MMOs that have tried to release and failed miserably over the last 2 decades, 3 decades, well, 2 decades, trying to copy WoW, right? You realize that MMOs are tough. MMOs are fucking tough. And they require a massively larger investment into development than just doing like arena shooters and shit like that, right? And as much as you want to criticize PA, they managed to create a successful MMO. There are so many MMOs, so many ruins and ashes and graveyards of MMOs, filled with MMOs, of companies that would love to be even remotely as successful as PA has been. And yeah, it's obviously pales in comparison to WoW, but, you know, I don't think WoW should be considered the standard. I think WoW was afforded a very unique opportunity of being like the first very casual MMO during a time where, you know, a lot of people were like, gaming was becoming a lot more mainstream. And I think it wasn't, I think it was just like the perfect recipe for WoW. But, like in the aftermath of that and all the MMOs that have struggled, like PA has managed to do very well. How many Korean MMOs have we seen try to release in the NA market and just flop as well, right? And I think this is a message to PA. Like, look at your game and say, okay, why did our Korean MMO work in the global market where there's so many other Korean MMOs that didn't? And I worry that they are losing perspective on that. And they are now starting to kind of lean more back into other Korean MMOs, and this is just my feeling. I'm not trying to say that this is for real, like the fact of it, but there's so many other Korean MMOs out there that are so heavy into pay to win. So heavy into pay to win. And I think that's part of the reason why this one did as well, because it had, well, for one, it had a great combat system, and that certainly was probably the primary contributor. But how light the pay to win, like it released with non-existent pay to win, and then they brought it in, but it wasn't really pay to win. You could actually make an argument it was more pay to lose, but it feels like they keep leaning more and more into pay to win and monetizing it that way. And I worry that they're going to lean more and more into like towards Korean MMOs, and all it takes is one game to come out with good combat, that it doesn't even have to be BDO combat, just something that the BDO players can be like, fuck yeah, this is what I'm waiting for, and it actually has more content than just, you know, sitting in a grind spot. But one of the things that I didn't mind, like, to me, a circle's a circle. I don't care if I grind 10 different spots in a week or if I grind one spot. Either way, it's a circle. And it may not literally be a circle, but figuratively, it's still a circle. No matter what, it's a circle. Even tower spots, it's a cycle, right? You start, you go through the waves, you fight the boss, it starts over, it's still circular. Even though your character's not physically moving in a circle, figuratively, it's still a circle. So to me, it's never really mattered if I just stay in one spot for weeks and months on end or whatever, just doing circles. And that probably makes me weird, but, you know, it is what it is. I accept that. But the thing that I really liked was there was an infinite amount of progression available ahead of me. And the amount of effort I was willing to put in would continue moving me towards that goal at whatever amount of effort I was willing to put into it. And this time gate has really put a bad taste in my mouth, and I really hope it's a one-off situation just to accommodate the Pen Fallen God owners. But it really, really annoys me that whether I put in 10 hours of effort or 40 hours of effort, it makes no difference on my progression. That annoys the hell out of me, because it goes completely against one of the things that I've absolutely fell in love with in BDO. And if they continue down this path, that is a pretty big deal breaker for me. Like, I might just be like, okay, I guess I'm done with MMOs for real this time. Because I quit MMOs for a long time because I was so tired of the MMO slop. And BDO just felt like something different. And it slowly feels like it's losing that. But there's also so much good that they've actually done in the last year too. So, like I said, I'm hoping it's a one-off situation. I hope they realize they need to not lean so heavy into pay to win. I hope that they realize that they should continue to make it so, like, everybody should always have progression available to them. That was the thing that got people so excited about BDO. It didn't matter how sweaty you were. It did not matter. There was always something to work towards. Yeah. Oh, pay to win 100% killed Dark Age. I never played Dark Age, but I remember it was doing really well until they leaned too much into pay to win. Like, I hope and I pray, like, PA just pays attention to these things that, like, Lost Ark, with its time-gated progression and, like, dailies and all that stuff, right? Like, that turns people off. Sure, there's always some people who like things, right? But the majority of the population just got exhausted with it. And I hope PA doesn't lean into that shit. I hope it realizes... Oops, I accidentally V'd when I repositioned my ass in my chair. So, I'm hoping... that PA doesn't go too far down these paths of things that crippled other MMOs. My worry is, right? Usually, there's a saying, right? Would you rather have a smaller piece of a bigger pie or a bigger piece of a smaller pie? And in general, you know, having a smaller piece of a bigger pie is usually better than a bigger piece of a smaller pie. But I think when it comes to MMOs, it is a zero-sum game, right? Where people will typically commit to one MMO. They're not going to play a lot. They might maybe have a slight side one, and that's mainly because of dailies. But if you keep unlimited, and maybe that's why they're doing it actually, right? Maybe that's why they're adding more dailies and time gates, because then people can play other games and then come to BDO, log in once or twice a week, do a couple things. But if you have unlimited progression available in 2 MMOs, people are going to hard commit to one or the other. They're typically not going to divide their attention amongst both. So maybe that's what PA is aiming for. But I think, like, PA has a niche, right? I think if it ends up copying other MMOs, why would people leave their other MMO to play another MMO if they're just going to be, like, basically copies of each other? They're going to stay where they're already settled. Yeah. Well, the thing about EverQuest and WoW is EverQuest was not a casual MMO, and that's why WoW had its success. It was, like I said, the very first, like, super casual MMO. A lot of people were aware of the Warcraft franchise, right? The universe, I mean. And, like, WoW made the game super accessible, where quests hold your hand and lead you to places, and, you know, had a very cartoony feel to it, and they were like every other MMO before that was super hardcore and had intricate or and when I mean hardcore, like, think of, like, for example, Ultima Online with, like, full loot combat and stuff, right? Your casual players didn't want to deal with that shit. They didn't want to have to deal with sitting there and working on skills and stuff like that. Where WoW just held your hand. It had your daily, not Agris, what was the XP, right? Rested XP. WoW, it was just, it opened up MMOs to a much more casual audience the way that, like, no other MMO before it had done. And I think that is largely part of its success, is because now you opened up the market of this alternate reality, we'll say, that people could dive into and invest their casual time into, that was super accessible to a casual audience. And then it snowballed because it was the only thing. People are like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to tell my buddies and they can come play. It's not like these days when you go to your buddies and you say, hey, you want to come play this MMO with me? They're probably going to say either A, they're not into MMOs, or B, they're already playing a different MMO, right? And then they're going to try to get you into that. And now you got to try to battle convincing each other whose MMO is better. Or WoW, it was just like, hey, come play this MMO with me. This casual MMO, you know, you can play just a couple hours here and there, and it snowballed. And MMOs are so much about their community, right? People are far more likely to go play a game with their friends than they are to go start on their own. And WoW just, it snowballed so quickly that it practically marketed itself. It got the community to do the marketing for it, right? Because everybody just wanted to get their friends involved, and there was no real competition. I think that's a luxury that WoW had that helped, that contributed heavily to how it exploded. It was also a fantastic game, but that contributed heavily into its explosion and its popularity. And that situation will never come again. Maybe the next thing that will potentially have a unique opportunity available to it is like some type of like VR MMO. Maybe. League probably? Why? Why League? That's the thing though, is those players, they don't want to play MMOs, or they already play other MMOs. It doesn't have a unique opportunity the way WoW did. It certainly has an already existing fan base, but and that'll certainly help it, but it's not a unique opportunity. Star Wars, for example, the Star Wars MMO, the Elder Scrolls MMO, there's so many MMOs out there that have released that have also had established lore and players, and they just flop. That isn't something that's unique. I feel like I actually tend to stay away from MMOs that are based off of movies or books or whatever. Because I feel like you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You're either completely restricted by the lore of that universe already, and now it has guardrails that you have to abide by, and they end up becoming extremely limiting. Or you have complete intellectual freedom and just do whatever you want, and then you alienate the existing fan base who are like, this isn't fucking Star Wars, right? And I feel like no matter what, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. It's either it's very uninteresting and predictable, or it transforms into something that doesn't resemble the universe and pisses off your fan base. I think Eve also had a similar unique advantage, similar to WoW, where like I can't think of any other like super successful MMO, sci-fi MMOs. There was so many that tried and just flopped. Typically in AOA, you cannot use alchemy stones, no. But they are supposed to be changing or making modifications to AOA, so that might change. But it's safe to assume right now that no. Oh. Thanks, Catch. I appreciate you answering the question we answered fucking 2 minutes ago. What would we do without you? They locked the trial gear behind real gear. What do you mean by that? Do you mean eligibility for the tournament? I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Okay, one second. Wait, let me see what you're gonna say first. You need to do a quest and have 790. Oh, I didn't know that. That's kind of weird. Why would they do that for trial gear? Yeah, it was on global. It was in the global notes, but it's not on global. Global isn't getting maintenance, but they put notes of what they would have put on maintenance if they weren't on holiday. Or if they would have put on the global app if there was a maintenance. So this way we still know what we're getting in. KR's getting on like Tuesday night, or I guess Wednesday for them, and what we're getting on Thursday. Oh shit, that thing reset. I'm gonna have a little cheese. I don't have any ham, but maybe I'll chop up some bologna and put it in there. Like a little ham or bologna and... No. What cheese am I gonna use? I usually use like American cheese in my omelets, but I feel like between that and bologna it would be too salty. We don't have a Jersey Mike's here. No. Not bologna. 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 What is it? It's basically the hooves, the assholes, basically every part of the pig you don't want to eat, mashed together. It's basically a giant hot dog, really. Cherry pepper relish. That sounds interesting. Is that real cherries or cherry, like artificial cherries? Is anything artificial cherry flavored? I cannot fucking stand it. There's only two things I don't mind cherry. That's cherries themselves. So it has to be made with real cherries or licorice. Licorice is like the only exception. Not cherry flavored at all? Ooh. See, now we're talking. I actually... maybe I should put some jalapenos in my omelet today. I actually have some green onions, some jalapenos. Maybe I'll put some cheese in there. Maybe I'll leave the ham, the bologna out. You guys eat the hooves of the animal? No. I was just saying a bunch of random shit that you typically don't eat, because that's, you know, but... They basically, all the leftovers and scraps of, you know, a pig. That's what they put into hot dogs and shit. Cheddar jalapeno bagels. Oh, those are so good. There's a Tim Hortons bagel called the Jalapeno Asiago bagel. And you get that shit with like a garlic cream cheese on it. Oh, it is fucking banging. Like chicken nuggets? Yeah, exactly. Basically just all the leftovers of the chicken goes into a nugget. All the leftovers of a pig goes into the hot dogs and bologna, right? Basically. Same kind of deal. I just said hooves because it sounds good, but obviously that shit would be crunchy. You could probably use the hooves in like a stock or something, though. I imagine it'd probably be a good idea to clean it out really fucking well, though, considering, you know, they're walking around in mud all day. I'm sure occasionally are stepping in their own shit. Surprisingly, though, pigs actually don't... Pigs are actually, like, aside from wallowing in mud all day, they wallow in mud to protect themselves from the heat, because pigs don't actually sweat the way, like, other animals do. So they'll actually, like, cover themselves in mud to actually keep themselves cool. But so it makes them look dirty, right? Obviously. But apparently pigs in regards to like shitting where they hang out. Apparently they are actually pretty clean like that. They don't like shitting. They don't just shit in their mud and shit. From what maybe I'm misinformed. Do pigs shit where they wallow? Is that what they call it? Wallow? Oh no, never mind. Maybe it's the opposite. Never mind, they do lay in their poop. I'm full of shit. Never mind, I ain't ever... Hey man, it's fucking nasty. Where the fuck did I hear that? I heard that apparently pigs don't fucking shit where they're laying and stuff. I guess not. That's why it's haram in Islam. Apparently, what's the saying? You don't eat anything that doesn't chew its own cud or something like that. And it has something to do with it be considering... I don't know. I'm honestly just stretching here again. I don't know shit. I'm just gonna say I don't know. I remember having something to do with the fact that when they like regurgitate if they regurgitate their food and they chew it again or something, or maybe it's the opposite. If they don't. Yeah, well, there's a bunch of criteria for it, but it basically specifies pig, right? Because it has something to do with having only 2 hooves instead of 3, something to do with a lot of animals, because they eat grass and stuff like that, they will like eat their food, they'll chew it, they'll eat it, and then they'll regurgitate it, they'll chew it again and eat it again, and that aids in the digestive process. Apparently it has something to do with that as well. They're rarely allowed to graze. Yeah, but they still put hay and shit in front of them, right? It's the same thing, whether it's actual fresh grass or just what's put in front of them. Maybe it's... Like I said, there's something along those lines. It might be because they do, or maybe because they don't, but there's like a series of criteria that's basically specifying pig without directly saying pig. Because I don't think there's like... It must be animals that don't chew their cud, if I think about it, because I know goats are fine, and I think goats have 2 hooves, but goats they will like regurgitate and chew it and swallow it back down, right? Where I think pigs don't. I lived on a pig farm in Germany and didn't even know it until a month into occupancy when it was rotation day. That shit get loud on rotation day? Hey, good morning, Bucky. What's this? Halloween coming soon. Oh, new outfit. Yo, you could be an angel or a devil. Cool. Yo, Rylock. How you doing? I feel like I haven't seen you around in a little while. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you very much for the raid, man. All the stinky rangers showing up? Pretty sure all rangers are stinky. Every last one of them. We hate these range rats. What about Orca? What about Orca? That Orca guy, he's the worst. He's the worst of them. Oh, and there's Poogie too. These are rangers. I remember correctly, I gave Snoofer VIP because when I was grinding City of the Dead, I basically said that if I managed to get a telescope piece drop, whoever popped the Earth buff, the Sangoon buff, will get VIP. And then Snoofer popped it, and I didn't get it on stream. I had to go, I think, pick up my kids. And then when I got back, I had like another 15-20 minutes. And like as soon as I got back, it ended up dropping off stream. Well, it seems certainly possible. Sound is just vibrations. Your mouse is designed to be very sensitive, right? Doesn't surprise me that someone consider it either. That's how, innovators work, right? I just don't I'm not surprised by it, and it makes perfect sense to me. There isn't really much utility to it, aside from potentially people hijacking your PC and using your mouse to listen to your conversations. But I think the vast majority of people have microphones on their PC or webcams on their PCs that if your PC's hijacked anyways, I think you don't really need to go through all the effort of listening to a conversation through a mouse. You could just, if you're already on the PC, just fucking turn on the camera, turn on the microphone. There's just not much utility to it. It's like, oh yeah, that's possible. Who cares? Kind of deal. I mean, if you're that concerned with spying, I recommend not having a cell phone, because that shit's fucking listening to you all the time, even when you think it's not. That's why there's webcams with little shutters on them, right? So you can actually just cover it up. How much silver do I have now? It doesn't matter. Where are your weeklies? What do you mean, where are your weeklies? They're not in Twitch chat, I'll tell you that much. They didn't reset? Are you talking about the event ones? Those were never weeklies. That was a one-time family quest. They have it available for a couple of weeks, so this way if you miss it the first week, right, maybe you're on vacation or something, you could do it another time, but it was a one-time thing. It wasn't a weekly. If that's what you're referring to. Mine reset. I already did mine. I'm guessing the problem's somewhere between the keyboard and the chair, Suna. I advise checking it out. Yo! What's up? Dennis or Denise? $87. Ooh. Man, imagine being so carried, Cephas. I'm sorry, that was a terrible comment. $644 in total. The thing is even if I pity my main hand, it's impossible for me to reach that number. The highest I could reach is like 532, I believe, if I pitied my main hand. Because I was at, no, 523. Because I was at 190 clicks when I got my second. So 333 on top of that would bring me to 523, right? It's an average of 200 and what? 16? 18? 218 clicks per. Holy fuck. Nice top stroker. It's always nice when you get something you end up being really happy with it. Nothing worse than having buyer's remorse, man. Well, there's a lot of things worse, but buyer's remorse sucks. Yeah, if only you could 4-tap a new personality sooner. You the grumpy old man. Fuck. Yeah, you're not wrong. Maybe we need to put on some more soul music. That calmed me down real good yesterday. A cartoon henchman? Yo. There are worse ways to laugh, that is for sure. Okay, boss. That's what I saw was all the cat emojis. I had to mouse over them all, and then I realized that he was just actually making fun of my laugh. You got you feeling different? It's prime time in EU right now, though, right? Like 5 p.m. But you're right, even at 5 p.m. our time, our queues typically aren't that fast. Fuck, I was gonna say something, I can't remember what. Oh yeah, before they centralized the servers, it was super annoying to me because I only get to I stream while my kids are at school, right? So between the hours of 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. my time is my schedule during the week and during the school year. I have Saturdays and Mondays are a little bit longer. But it was annoying because, right, people want to watch Solaire, and, you know, Solaire's kind of exciting. And Solaire is never during those times. Even practice mode, you know, is just coming up just as I'm going offline. So, like, people will criticize me because I never PvP on stream, and they think I don't PvP at all. But a lot of it is because my stream schedule, there is no PvP ever going on at this time. If I wanted to find PvP, I'd have to go around open world on Arsha at 9 a.m. Eastern in the morning. And at that time, most people are asleep still, or they're going to work. So I'd be fighting the same people every day. So, before they centralized the servers, I actually made an EU character. And I was going to start doing Solaire on stream, on EU. I was all prepared for the next season of Solaire. And then they centralized the servers. And once I got used to what being low ping was like, and not so much so, like, not so much the advantages that you get, but more so the disadvantages that you lose. It became so obnoxiously apparent how, like, oops, accidentally V'd. Like, when you grab with an Awakening Sage, and you get thrown into the grab animation as if you succeeded, but then they're not in your grab, that happened so much more when I was high latency. Also, grabbing people and avoiding grabs, basically how your iframes work. It's very obvious that your gaps are larger with higher latency as well. That's why I always get CC'd, yeah. My grab was so unreliable prior to centralizing the servers. And it is so much more reliable now. Same with my iframes. Like, I'm able to avoid so much more now than I was able to before. The thing is, if I play on EU now, it'd be like going back to my old ping. There are advantages to low ping too, though. Or sorry, high ping, I mean. High latency. The primary difference is if you have high latency, you have to play more aggressively. Low latency, trying to have a more reactive playstyle is not going to work when your latency is higher. Because you're going to be reacting to something that happened even further in the past than you think it happened. And the server is going to say, no, your reaction was too slow. So if you have higher latency, you have to play more aggressively. Oh, they're 100% bringing out a new one. But it's not because of that. They're not bringing out the new one because right now they understand people have FOMO, right? People's armors are just getting high enough now for them to do Tenebrom or Kafras. And in order to do Tenebrom or Kafras, you need really high AP. In fact, with Kafras, you need all the AP. If they add a new Alchemy Stone, or when they add a new Alchemy Stone with more AP to it, you'll no longer need deck weapons. And that will dramatically hurt the money that they are making based off of FOMO, right? People who want to be able to get that last stone and do that last castle. So they're going to release the new Alchemy Stone when they add more castles, because then the new castles will require deck weapons and a new deck Alchemy Stone. But if they do it right now, then people no longer need deck weapons. In fact, they probably won't even need Nov weapons for Kafras. And then they won't feel as pressured or have as much FOMO pushing them to try to push deck weapons. PA did not do that change for us as much as they want you to think so. They're treating you like an idiot. They 100% did that for themselves. No, that's what they're saying. Don't believe them on that shit. There's money driving that. This game used to pride itself on having an infinite amount of things, even if you were the sweatiest of sweaty players, having an infinite amount of things to work on. Don't let them pretend for a second and treat you like an idiot for a second that they're doing that for you. Well, it has to be both of the reasons. They go hand in hand, right? I legit said that. Those things aren't mutually exclusive, which you acknowledge there. But the money part is definitely the driving factor. If they release it now, sure, they could balance the new castles around it, and they're obviously going to balance the new castles around that, the stats on that. But it only hurts them in the short term if they do that now. So they wait and release it with the new castles, so it doesn't hurt them in the short term, and has no change on the long term. They have more than enough DP headroom to give higher DP to the next 5 castles, right? But they have no AP headroom. So I think this new Alchemy Stone is the perfect amount of headroom that they need, right? For AP. They make it start at 3 AP, which is like a Vel. They have you enhance it all the way up to deck. It gives 1 AP per enhancement, so a total of 10 more AP. And then they just make every new castle require 2 more AP, right? Goes 295 for Kaffers right now, 297 for Castle 6, 299. Sorry, 399 I mean. 401, 403, 405. And then that's the 10th castle, 405 AP. You'll need deck weapons and a deck Elkstone. That'll also simultaneously make Kaffers more accessible, so it'll provide a little bit of a catch-up mechanic at the same time, right? Because people who don't have deck weapons can work on their Elkstone, maybe get it to Pen or Oct, and that'll allow them to do Castle 5 or maybe even 6 if they have the DP requirement. They'll immediately get a little jump in the amount of stones they get, where the people who are at the bleeding edge of progression, they'll be the ones scrambling to try to push for castles, 8, 9, and 10. That means you'll need at least a Hex for Castle 8. You'll need Oct for 9, and Deck for Castle 10. You hope it'll give 8% attack speed? It might make the AP, the attack speed scale, right? At deck, it'll probably give 10%. It'll probably start off at 5, and then like every other level, it'll gain 1% attack speed. So it'll start at 5, Duo will be 6, Tet will be 7, Hex will be 8, Oct will be 9, and Deck will be 10%. That's my prediction, at least. Gonna do one more cycle, then I'm gonna go make lunch, and then when I get back, we're gonna watch a new Crimson Desert trailer. Somebody mentioned it in my chat yesterday, and I completely, I saw it, and I was gonna respond to it, but I was yapping about something else, and then I forgot, and then Kinjara reminded me yesterday. It's not 100% confirmed. That's why I said that's my speculation. I would think the fact that I said that I'm speculating would be enough to show that it's not 100% confirmed. Because if it was 100% confirmed, then we don't need to speculate. But that's what they're doing with every other form of progression, right? Every form of progression. So I think it's reasonable to assume that they're going to just streamline the Alchemy Stone to be more similar to the other gear upgrades, because they clearly didn't like the way the old upgrade system, the old Alchemy Stone system worked. I mean, it took how long for them to finally acknowledge that it's shit and rework it for us? They tried to completely replace it with just Vel. So any blue protocol players in chat? I heard that there's AFK grinding on there. Or auto grinding, sorry. Is it as bad as the auto grinding on what was that game that everybody was giving it shit for a while there? It wasn't Throne and Liberty, was it? Like how it originally was? People are saying just like it's auto combat. That's a perfect opportunity for Trep. Someone should get Trep into that game. He could become his own cousin. Hey, what's up, PJTT? Anyone in chat who know who to talk to the event fish? I have no idea. Anybody help this man out? Can I show you? Yeah, this is my gear. You could also type the gear command and it should pop up. It should link to Garma. What do you get from the quest? I haven't been doing that at all. $10-hour buffs! Does it use them immediately, or can you save them for when we no longer have a 100% drop rate? Oh my goodness. Okay, I need to move my fisher out there, and maybe while we're watching the Crimson Desert video, we'll fish. I should at least be getting those buffs for when we don't have drop rate buffs. Yeah, I'm gonna make myself a little jalapeno cheddar omelet. That sounds so fucking good. Got a nice turkey and a ham for the Canadian Thanksgiving this weekend. Oh, I can't wait. Got the biggest turkey and the biggest ham I could find. Even though we're only gonna have like 8 people eating here in total. I like lots of leftovers. I'll just grab a leftover turkey leg and just fucking sit there and gnaw on the bone in the evening. It's delicious. Not like actually gnaw on the bone, but goddamn, leftover turkey leg goes crazy. Heat it up a little bit in the air fryer first. Woo. Did I die in PoE yet? I have not, no. I didn't get a chance. I was going to play a little bit last night, but then ended up having something come up, so I didn't get to play it all. I started mapping now. Finished the interlude. I'm like level 71, 72 now. Yeah, I know. I keep neglecting to set up my shadow play. I need to set that up today. So at least I can record it. I'm not going to get to play any PoE on stream this Saturday either, because the time where I was normally going to just swap over to PoE for an hour or two, I actually got to go do family photos. I almost died once though. I was kind of stressed out. I have like 4.5k energy shield and 1000 HP, and I was doing an expedition, and I was backed into a corner, and my energy shield I had like 500 left, and I quickly paused and I was gonna respawn at checkpoint, and the respawn at checkpoint option wasn't available. I guess it was because I was doing an abyssal nexus, or a corrupted nexus, sorry, and I was just paused back in the corner, surrounded by mobs, you know, basically at a quarter of my effective health pool, and I was like, fuck. Well, here we go. Unpaused it, quickly spammed my Frost Nova, and rolled my ass out of there. My cheeks were clenched a bit. I'm thinking of picking up Chaos Inoculation. Like right now my build is really nice because I'm maxed out on all resists, including Chaos Resist. But it does feel like building for Chaos Resist is expensive. And it takes up an extra gear slot. But the thing is if I end up picking up Chaos Inoculation, then like that's super convenient. And I'd only lose like 20% of my effective health pool right now. But you become so much more susceptible to freezes, shocks, burns, and stuns, since that shit scales off your health pool. So what that means, in order to compensate for that, I need to then start getting those nodes, the energy shield nodes, that make all of those basically elemental ailments and stun ailments scale off of energy shield. So basically I gotta ask myself, what do I want to do? Do I want to invest passives into being able to avoid the ailments, or do I want to dedicate slots in my gear to make up for chaos resist? It's like I gotta choose one of those two lanes now. Well, there's obviously charms, and yeah, you always keep charms for those things. I actually have, like, all three of those things. Well, I have a charm that reduces... I've been trying to find a good charm that removes bleeds. Because bleeds are probably the most dangerous thing to me. But I want a charm that reduces... sorry, I have a charm that will mitigate stuns and one that will mitigate freezes. And then I have a charm that mitigates poisons right now as well. There's so much chaos damage. And even with 75% chaos res, it still hits my energy shield twice as hard as anything else, right? And you're still like, as soon as you get Chaos Knock, you get to avoid all of those things, and you don't worry about bleeds anymore. You don't have to worry about poison. Basically, the only thing you have to worry about is corrupted blood, right? Which is basically a bleed, but it's not chaos damage, it's physical, right? Chaos Inoculation removes normal bleeds, but not corrupted blood. You can get a corrupted blood immunity of a jewel. I did not know that. Is that expensive? That was the thing that killed my very first hardcore character. So I had like a sick... This was season 1. I had a sick build. I was kicking ass. I decided to go back and do the Trial of Chaos, or the Temple of Chaos. And I didn't know what the things I was choosing was. And one of them was that periodically this like tower will spawn and it shoots beams out that apply corrupted blood. And I didn't think anything of it. I was like, oh, it's just a bleed. I'll probably be able to pot through it. No big deal. And I ended up getting hit by it. And my energy shield immediately disappeared. And I paused really quickly. I started mashing my button for my potions, trying to stay alive. And then I died. And I was like, oh, for fuck's sakes. And I thought I wasn't able to actually respawn a checkpoint in there. And I found out later that I was able to. But you just lose the run. So I could have actually saved myself, but I fucking panicked. You can also get blood immunity on the belt. Interesting. There's not a lot of things that apply corrupted blood, though, so I'm not too worried about it. Or at least in a lot of the shit that I've done. I have 3 gem slots, though. 3 jewel slots. And I have pretty good jewels. Good jewels are actually pretty cheap to get your hands on. But none of them are like unique jewels, so that's probably where all the expense is, if there's unique jewels. I actually never looked into the unique jewels. I just have 3 like really solid rare jewels that have like increased AoE size, cold damage, cast speed, and like energy shield mods. There's also another thing that I haven't done that I gotta look into, and it's using those vials from, I can't remember what it's from. Where apparently, and I've never used this, you can pick up like a random passive throughout the tree and put it on your amulet. You can't do like any of the like super important passives, but like a lot of the other like other ones. I still haven't done that. And I have a pretty good amulet. Yeah, amulet with the oils, that's right. You can tell I'm getting hungry. I almost said omelet instead of amulet. Actually, I should go make lunch right now. Nighttime is just starting. It's the perfect time to go eat. I think that's my hint. I'm gonna go quickly make myself like a jalapeno cheddar omelet. We're gonna come back. We're gonna watch the Crimson Desert latest trailer. Oh, people hitting up that Battlefield 6 today too, huh? God damn. Instilling calculator, okay. I've never messed with instilling because when you're playing solo self-found hardcore, it seems really difficult to get this stuff. But that was one thing I realized is like all of this stuff is purchasable on the trade market. Like it feels like this is like a super trivial thing compared to solo self-found. I just don't know what I'm going to pick up with my build. I was thinking of picking up either. There is a really cool node actually that I noticed that if your helmet has more armor than it does evasion, it makes you immune to bleeds. And if your helmet has more evasion than armor, it makes you immune to poisons. And I was thinking if I grab that with chaos inoculation, I wonder if that bleed immunity also affects corrupted blood. And then I just have to get a helmet that has both armor and energy shield. And then there's also another node that I was thinking that reduces the movement speed penalty while casting abilities. So I'd be able to cast my abilities and move faster. That seems super useful as well. Okay, I'll be right back, chat. Let's see what our XP. Boom! 20% more, and we're level 66 on our Guardian. You think bleed is separate from corrupted blood? I think it is too. So I don't think that node would help it. But being able to move faster while casting abilities seems like a massive benefit. Because like some of the most dangerous things are like hasted shade walkers or shroud walkers. You get those on the wrong enemy and they are on your fucking ass. And you're just trying to cast abilities while they're eating you up. So I feel like moving faster while casting abilities could help a lot with like dangerous shit like that. Gabby back. Well, this fucking sucks. I lost my garbage can lid. It's kind of windy outside. I don't know if the garbage man accidentally threw it in the garbage truck or if the wind blew it away. I don't think it was the wind blew it away. I mean, the wind might have blown it down the street, but I just like walked around the block and shit trying to find it. Can't find it anywhere. So, or maybe somebody else maybe somebody thought it was their lid and grabbed it. I don't know, but my garbage can lid's missing now. Fucking pissed me off. Okay, let's watch this trailer. I think it's about 9 minutes long. Turn down a little bit. Oh, it's still kind of loud. Okay, a little bit of dragon flying. Oh, okay. Yep. Yep. That's what I was saying, chap. Something as simple as like grabbing, for example. If you're standing still and you grab, it's different than you're walking forward and you grab. If you're going sideways and you grab, if you're running and you grab, it seems like you're pressing the same button, but depending on the state you're in, will change how it interacts. So, like, each ability has like multiple animations and uses depending on how you use it and when you use it. You're not just pressing grab every time and then it's always doing the same thing. Huh. Makes sense, yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. The thing is, too, which you see in all this, in all of these videos right now, is people just keep rolling. People are so used to Dark Souls games where you just roll, roll, roll. What's the answer to that attack? Roll, right? And one thing I found in Crimson Desert is rolling wasn't the option, always the option. It was sometimes the option, but sometimes it was far more effective to try to parry. You would roll and you would still get hit because it was like an AoE on the ground. You weren't avoiding it by rolling it, right? You got to actually get out of it or block the attack or whatever, right? So it isn't like just default roll. It seems like if you try to just roll out of everything, you're going to have a much harder time.
Work. Work. Me strong. Me work hard. Me gets lot of trash. Me not fail today.
Yep. As long as we're having fun, we're never failing. Yeah. So apparently, this is what I was told when I was there, that you can't pick up any mobs, you can't grapple any mobs that are bigger than you. Only the ones that are smaller than you. Which makes sense. It would make sense to pick this guy up and throw him. Yep. You're looking at Crimson Desert. See, look at roll, 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 roll. Well, there's plenty of other games that do have a lot of replay potential, right? Take a look at like Red Dead Redemption, for example. I think that's probably a good comparison of what this game is meant to feel like, where you got like this world and you can it. I'm assuming you can interact with it, and maybe it'll change the way the world kind of evolves as you play through it, depending on how you interact with it. That's just an assumption, but like, there's a lot of games in that genre that are like that. Oh, where's our Farrakha riding in BDO? Come on. You got to remember too, it's very easy for them to just do DLC for this game and monetize it through like buying cosmetics and stuff, right? Other games, plenty of other games have done that in a similar like single player perspective. Look at the environment though. God damn. Yo. Yo, that's actually cool. Marty going crazy. Yeah. It feels cool, right? And see, that's something I think they're missing with BDO and 200%. I didn't care that Zerker's 200% decimated dozens of people if executed properly. I was annoyed that every class didn't have that available to them, because I think shit like that creates fun and unique and interesting moments. And all classes should have awesome 200s where if you execute it at the right time, at the right place, it makes for a fucking awesome clip. Yeah, when it was like get 200% and then dive in and then go back to your team and they feed you another 200%, you dive in 200 and you did that over and over again, it was brain dead. And it obviously the 200 shouldn't have been that strong when you could just spam it like that, right? There was legit a castle siege we had in Valencia when we were was I in Cho or Snake at the time? I think I was in Cho. Or maybe I think it was Cho. The guild doesn't matter. We had like 12 Zerkers that were legit doing that. They would spawn, they would run down to where the Shies and everybody's grouped up, everybody would feed them, they would dive in, do 200, and they did that all siege, and they fucking feasted. But that's not interesting now. When they added the 30-minute cooldown, I thought it was perfect to have an insane 200, because they can only do it once every 30 minutes, which means they're only going to get it off a few times per siege, and that's also assuming that they do it in the right place at the right time. Like, even when the 200s were insane, you would still have people like Kythar who are diving in, accidentally hitting their own allies with 200, and they only killed 2 people. Yeah. Yep. Yo, he's riding a fucking bear? That's fucking awesome. I can't wait for Crimson Desert. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to play through it. And like I say, I'm going to say this every single time because I hope PA's listening every single time I say it. Please, for the love of God, make it so you sign into it, you link it to your Pearl Abyss account, and let us earn like a title or an outfit or something for our BDO accounts. Please try to use Crimson Desert to bring people into BDO. I feel like it'll be such a massive missed opportunity if they do not do that. I'm hyped too. It's shaping up to look like it's going to be a pretty fantastic game. It has some stiff competition though for being like game of the year. It has some stiff competition because from what I understand, the next year also the new GTA is supposed to come out, and you know that's some tough competition. Yo, what's up, Senso? Hey, where's my other playlist? It is, yeah. When it's released earlier in the year, because I think being fresh in people's memories also has a pretty large impact in it, right? And when people have fully experienced it at the beginning of the year and they've already moved on to other things, it kind of dulls the initial edge that it had. But if your game is released earlier in the year and it still manages to do it, I think that also speaks more to the value it brought as well, right? Yeah, Expedition 33, that's another game that I haven't played and I've heard so many people talk so good about it. It's actually on my list of games I want to just like sit down in the evening with my wife and play because I think, you know, she would really enjoy it based off of what I've been hearing. Instead of sitting down and watching a TV series or a movie, just play through it together. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That's another game that I've heard the name of quite a bit. Yeah. I think if it ever gets mentioned in the same breath, in a non-negative way as like Black Myth Wukong, then I think it's tremendously successful. It doesn't have to be better than it, but if people are like, yeah, that game was really good. Not quite as good as Black Myth, but you know, if they mention it in that same breath in a positive way, I think that's tremendously successful. Although I don't know if it's going to have the same feel as it, because from what I understand, once again, I never played Black Myth Wukong, but from what I understand, that world was very linear. You're basically just playing through stages, where Crimson Desert seems to have a lot more of that Red Dead Redemption feel to it. It does seem too, with every trailer and every review that comes out, hype is getting bigger, not worse, which is a good thing. It's not like that initial Throne and Liberty trailer where people are like, the fuck is this? They're large and easy to get lost in? Oh, okay. That's a nice thing, because it helps get rid of that, like, ladder feel. What I mean by ladder is, like, you're just taking one step forward, right? There's only one way to go, forward or back. I really hope that like the way you interact with the environment and the quests and the story too has that feel like Elder Scrolls where, you know, if you could become a villain, you know, you could kind of take that chaotic neutral path if you want, or you could be lawful good or whatever, right? Anything, or chaotic evil, lawful good, or and anything in between. Well, the previous trailer we watched, there were other characters that were being played. There looked like there was a Zerker, there looked like there was a Ranger, there looked like there was a Kuno. You might not be stuck with one character. There's still little nuances like that that seem to be hinted at, but nothing clearly explained yet. As we get closer and closer to a release date, they might be given more and more of those details. And just because a character starts a specific way doesn't necessarily mean it has to end a specific way either, right? Yeah, I heard that right at the end there. Maybe every week we're gonna get a new one. Man, I wish they let me get my hands on it for a fucking month. They flew me down to LA to play that shit, and then they had some technical difficulties getting it set up, so our time got crunched a bit. Fucking Hultner and I had to back and forth the controller. Bowler's hands? I like how that was like one of the first questions that you asked Huntler, or who was it? Somebody asked Huntler. How big is Zeth? You think you could take him? Fuck. This is Awakening Sage. He'd beat you with your own cane. Yeah, fun fact, my cane is my dick. Yo, what's up, John? Hey, you're here 24 minutes early today. Man, shut up. I'm sorry. Pixar, I call BS. On Twitch, we actually have a cock command. It might work on Kick too. I think I actually ported over that command. I can't remember.
Have you ever had a dream?
Oh, maybe it doesn't work on Kick. Never mind. Here, I'll come save the day and post it so you don't have to come over here.
"30 years fucking hell, maybe I am the UNC."
What the hell? Wait, it won't let you click that image? Does it not let you use Imager in the UK? Damn. Actually, I don't know why that image is such low resolution, though. What the hell? What happens if you get caught using a VPN to bypass content restrictions? They're gonna throw you in prison. Probably got to provide imagery your info first. Apparently there was like a Discord data leak for shit like that recently. Because apparently, like, yeah, depending on where you lived, you'd have to actually provide proof of age. And apparently, like, I saw something, I don't know if it's true or not, I didn't fact check it, but apparently there was like a data breach where that information all got leaked recently. The bobbies come get you? What's a bobby? I don't get it. That's some lingo I'm not aware of. To access your funds too. God damn. Just wait till you get that social credit score as well. Beefy's wit is wasted on me? Shut up. Shut up. You ever heard of knowing your audience? It's not my fault you can't figure out the room. I'm sorry, I thought you were smarter. Exactly, that's exactly my point. And then that makes you dumb too. You're guilty by association, fella. Yeah, don't do that. Keep your money for yourself, fella. Treat yourself. Don't glaze me that hard, man. That's too much. That's too much. I appreciate the kind words, but it's too much. I'm just a dude. Playing a dude. Disguised as another dude. I'm talking about being a sage, of course. I heard that same saying in Thailand.
Just a guy being a dude.
Oh, shit. But you went through with it anyways, didn't you? Nah. For real though, you know, as flattering as the all that glazing is, I don't do well with flattery. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I'd actually appreciate it if you stop. The thing is there's nothing to do with flattery. All it does is just make my head big, right? Like, for real. Where, like, criticism is more interesting to me and more valuable to me, because criticism either means one of two things, right? Either A, if it bothers me, then, like, that's the first question you gotta ask yourself when somebody criticizes you on something, is does it bother you? Because if it bothers you, then, you know, there's obviously something to look inward at and try to, there's some growth to happen, right, to be had there. Where if it doesn't bother you, then, you know what, who cares? But, like, flattery provides no value to me. It makes me feel good. It gets those dopamines going, right? But it doesn't really provide value. Hey, I didn't say stop, though. Well, wait, don't think I said stop. Or maybe I did, I don't know. Anything good on Global Labs? Not really. They showed the new trial gear, the new enhancement UI, some bug fixes. Nothing really groundbreaking. Damn, those jalapenos in that omelet were fucking banging. That was actually so good. Yeah, flattery? I just don't know what to do with it. I'm trying to think of a good analogy.
I now identify as invisible. Although I was born visible, I am now transparent. My pronouns are who? W-A-G-O.
Where? Why did it spell it? I haven't. People were saying that I should watch it though. I'm still finishing up the second season of Peacemaker. We have like three episodes left or something. Yo. No, you could definitely do that if you want to. If you want more survivability, there's options. If you want more damage, there's options. I don't do either of those. I go for experience. So just do what's right for you. Yep. Every week below average on my clicks. Every single week. That's alright. All it takes is one lucky streak with the higher clicks, and I could bounce back real fast. Am I down bad? Well, I've been down bad overall. I mean, what are your armors, Multi? I have 1 tet. After this week, if you've had average luck and you started with full tets, you should technically, or full tet Fallen Gods, you should be full tet Idanas. Oh yeah, so there we go. You and I are the same. I have 1 tet as well. Well, like I said, all it takes is a couple lucky clicks later on, and you can save a ton of stones, so. I won't care so much once I have enough to be doing Caphras and I start getting all 5 stones a week. And then it's going to be despair again when they add the next 5 castles if I can't do all 5 of them until I can get enough to do all 5 of them, and then I'll go to not caring again. Because I don't care about... I don't care about bad luck. I care about being limited on my progression. And, like, I'm effectively being double limited. Not only can I only do so many clicks a week, but because I've been unlucky, I'm getting 1 less stone than some people also, right? Every week. But every week now, I'm potentially 1 week away from doing Caphras. If I go 4 for 4 next week, I can instantly do Caphras the following week. They nerfed me? No, my luck has never been fantastic. I've been lucky with some things, but in general, I've been unlucky. I went average on my elk stones. I went crazy unlucky on my offhand. I went unlucky with my tri-ogre in the past. I got unlucky with my, I mean, it's kind of hard, too, to say the things I've been unlucky with, because for the longest time in the game, I only bought stuff, and I paid more to avoid having good or bad luck. I paid more than they were worth. So... yeah. I got lucky on my Debo. Debos in general, I got lucky. And Kharazad's I was a bit below average as well, too. A bit, or above average, depending on how you look at it, I guess. Above average luck. Below average on clicks. I did decent with my accessories. People are weird when it comes to streamers. They assume that they only have good luck because they only focus on the things that they had good luck with. Oh, Tet Red Coral Earring, that's what I was talking about. That's another thing I got absolutely fucking annihilated on back in the day. I spent all of 2017 trying to get a Tri-Ogre and a Tet Red Coral Earring with no upgrades. Like, it was fucking miserable. And it was like, maybe not all of it, I think it was around October. Like, it took me like 9 months to finally have those things hit. And that's when I said, fuck. I was like, fuck enhancing. Then I ended up spending 30 bill on a Tet Ogre. Back when people were making 200 mil an hour. And then 1 week later, that's right. Fucking Ark, man. And I think the only reason why Ark won that, too, is because everybody saw it get listed, and I think everybody assumed, nah, I don't have enough money. I don't have enough money. And Ark was just right there, and he's like, fuck it, YOLO. A mosquito? That's fucked up. We should totally do that. Get me a good mosquito sound effect and I will add that as a redeemed genius. It has to sound real though. It can't be sounding half-assed. It has to have that 3D effect where it sounds like it's buzzing around your ears. I want to hear new viewers talk about how they smacked themselves upside the head, busted their headphones thinking that there was a mosquito. A vibrator going? Yeah, what kind of vibrator you have? Tiny little guy, don't you? Bet you stick it in your urethra, you weirdo. Yeah, every time Beefy goes to stand up, oops, I fell back in my chair. Oops, I fell back in my chair. Oops, I fell back in my chair. Am I using Project Lasso? No. I use IQON. IQON sets the affinity automatically when you launch. I have VSync on, so it keeps hitting my monitor's refresh rate. Right now it's insane. As soon as this event starts where the black smoke appears, you're going to see my utilization cap out and my FPS will probably drop a little bit. As soon as the black smoke appears. And there it is. There we go. Oh my god. My FPS is unplayable now. I keep dipping below 200. 263! Oh my goodness. If only I had a 5090. I need some sugar mama to pop in chat and say, hey, give me a picture of your butthole, I'll send you a 5090. I'd definitely say no though. Definitely. Nah, 5090s are too expensive. I mean, they're more reasonable now, but when I got the 5080, the 5090s were they were unavailable too. They were like, I would have had to spend much more time waiting. Oh shit, did I say that out loud? My bad. Oh god, what's this, Valkia? Why don't I hear anything? Might be too quiet. Let me click the link. Oh. That little thud at the end, I'll have to cut that out. You're trying to find one that wasn't too long? Actually, I was just thinking, I wish it was longer. That's what she said. La, 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 la. Beat you guys to it, dumbasses. She didn't say that. She said I wish it was shorter. Yeah, what's this one? This one doesn't sound real enough. The other one sounded better, but I like the length of this one. Oh. That is so much better. That's fucking perfect. That is actually perfect. Might take 2 AFK phases to set it up. I gotta convert it to an OGG file first, and then I gotta set it up in the redeems. This is perfect. What's this one? I don't know. The one. No, you gotta hear this other one. It's not really a mosquito, it's more of a fly, but I think it actually gets the job done better. Because it sounds like it's like fucking right in your ear. Someone is 100% gonna be slapping their head if they don't know. Oh god, Beefy. You do realize that, like, when these thoughts come to your brain, you don't have to put them on display, right? You could just keep them in your head. What's this one? No, that was the one Valkia already sent to me, and I felt like it wasn't real enough. It sounds fake. I live in a climate where there's lots of fucking mosquitoes, and in the summertime, and that just doesn't sound like a mosquito to me. Like, it sounds like a mosquito, but it doesn't sound like it's around me. You know what I mean? I have, yeah. It's like an iron dome for mosquitoes. Shit's kind of crazy. Until somebody loses an eye. Okay, have it converted to an OGG. Open up the software. Oh, fuck me. Let's not die to mobs. Why'd that not drag over to my other window? There we go. Fuck. Okay, we will take the... Copy this button.
Mosquito. It bit me.
Paste button.
It sucked me right on the shaft.
Shut up. Okay. Edit settings. Oh, I need to move that sound effect to the right folder. Oh fuck, there's a frog on me. $1 hour's worth per hour, that's right. Exactly right. And never any less. Okay, let's see if we can get this done. Okay. The folder, downloads, Sting, there's the OGG. Copy that. Where's my folder for it? Twitch sound effects, new folder. We'll call it Fly. Okay, paste, boom, okay. Now I will add the sound effect. Fly, boom, 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 okay. We'll turn it up just a touch. Okay. We'll save that. Okay. Okay. Now we need to add a new redeem. See content. No, viewer rewards. Channel points. It's the. Add new. Okay, created it. Now I gotta link them to each other. Okay, triggers. Live sound effects, save. Boom. Okay, it should be working now. Oh. Okay, try now. I think I forgot to click save. That's why it didn't work. I had the window still open, but I didn't click save. Yeah, there we go. Now it's working. Maybe I turn it up a bit more? Okay, what about this? Alright, it's at 100% now. I fucking hate it. Yo, what happens if a bunch of people start redeeming it? It's gonna sound like you're getting swarmed. I just can't wait to hear about somebody saying, you just made me slap myself upside the fucking head. Fuck this stream. That's gonna bring joy to my life. Yeah, good idea, by the way, genius. I love redeems that don't just fuck with me, but fuck with viewers. Like the Discord call too. The knocking. Oh my goodness. These all bring joy to my life. The #1 streamer for BDO. Can I get your autograph? That's like me bragging that I have the biggest cock in my house. I'm also the only male in my house, so what? Doesn't mean shit. Is it possible? That's a good question. Because there has to be a threshold where once you're taller than it, then you're no longer it, right? You no longer get it. You're just considered short. That's true, Bingy. You're right. I am fortunate enough to be making money while doing this, and it's a fair amount too, considering, right? It's not. I'm not wealthy by any means, but you know, I'm approximately making, depending on the not visibility, well, maybe visibility of BDO at the time, right? It fluctuates, but I go from making anywhere between like 20, 30. Shit, even like during some of the crazier months, $40 an hour streaming US. Not bad considering I'm sitting here on my ass just shooting the shit with you guys. I feel absolutely blessed and completely unworthy. But you guys make this dream a reality every day. You come here and just lurk, even you lurkers out there. The really nice thing too is it allows me to have a completely own, like my own boss. I don't answer to anybody as long as I follow the rules. I get to make my own schedule, so like as my family's schedules change, I can very, very easily adapt my schedule to theirs. It allows a lot of scheduling freedom, which is one of the biggest perks. It's also nice too because my wife is a business owner, so anytime like if something comes up and we want time off, we're not trying to put in a request, we're not trying to make sure it works, we just make it happen. We're very blessed in that way. Ooh, I don't know about pickles. Maybe some jalapenos, but the rest of that sounds fucking awesome. You know what you do without the crackers, though? And somebody in chat told me this, and this was a game changer with chili. But bowl of chili with, you put that cheese on top so it melts. But instead of crackers, get Tostitos, like the little scoopable ones. They're like in a little bowl shape, and you use those to scoop the chili out of the bowl. You don't need a spoon, they're the spoon. God damn, that shit is so good. And then sprinkle some pickled jalapenos on top. Now we're talking. Making me want to make chili. Maybe I'll get stuff to make. No, I'm gonna have a fuckload of leftovers next week. The week after, we gonna make some chili. Yeah, they really are, right? I just discovered that too. Someone in chat was telling me the not the last time I made chili, but the time before that. Someone in stream, I was talking about it, and they're like, "Yo, you should try the Tostitos scoops or Fritos scoops." And I was like, "Wait a fucking minute! Oh my god, that's so big brain." The best chili is made with fresh vanilla and about 100 grams of dark chocolate. What? What are you talking about? We talking about the same kind of chili? Chili con carne? Well, that's just chili with meat, right? So you put 100 grams of dark chocolate and some vanilla into your chili con carne. I actually understand the chocolate. The chocolate makes sense to me because I bet it cuts the bitterness of all the tomato and the acid and stuff like that, and it balances it out. I could totally see that. But the vanilla is kind of an off one to me. I just feel like I don't even know if I would taste the vanilla. I feel like it would be buried unless you put an obnoxious amount in there. But it would be buried in the chili flavor profile. The faint hit of sweetness. Well, usually the bell peppers I put in there are bringing sweetness in. I typically use, like obviously tomatoes and all of your traditional chili seasonings. But I put like mushrooms, kidney beans, ground beef, usually a mixture of ground beef and ground pork. Peppers, onions, jalapenos. I don't think I'm missing anything. But yeah, a slight sweetness to your chili really steps it up. It really balances it out. You don't want to go overboard and make it feel like you're having dessert, but man, when you balance them properly, so good. You got that nice balance of like saltiness, sweet, heat. Yeah, cornbread is amazing with it because cornbread, if you have cornbread with your chili, you can actually have more or less of a sweet chili because that cornbread brings a sweetness. And if the cornbread is done properly, there's such a big difference between good and bad cornbread. When you get good cornbread that has nice crispy exterior but a super soft interior that melts in your mouth, holy shit, it is so good! I love good cornbread. I actually have never put corn in my chili though, but I'm more of a corn on the cob kind of guy. I'm not crazy about corn any other way, to be honest. With your cast iron, see, and that's how you get that nice crust, right? Because your cast iron pan holds that heat so well. As long as you're not overcooking it, I bet your cornbread is banging. The cast iron immediately tells me you know what you're doing. I have a cast iron pan, and I have a non-stick pan, I have a cast iron pan, I have a stainless steel pan. I use the stainless steel pan the majority of the time, but there are some things you have to use the cast iron, and there's some things that are just super more convenient with a non-stick. If you use your stainless steel properly too, almost anything you cook in there will also be similar to non-stick, but sometimes that non-stick just, for those really stubborn things that love to stick, right? Like if it's something that has like a good amount of sugar in it and stuff. Like if you're making a caramel, for example, I really like doing that in a non-stick pan. But then you have to make sure that you're using like a silicone whisk, because you obviously don't want to be using a metal whisk on the bottom of your non-stick pan. It's a good way to fuck it up. We're doing on these today. 32. 268 more. Now you have to make cornbread and chili tonight? Thanks. Oh my goodness. Is there even enough time? I like to make my chili the night before. I will actually eat dinner, then I will make chili for the next day, and I'll let that shit sit overnight, and all those flavors just like intensify and marry each other, and then the next day it's ready to go, super easy dinner, and it tastes like twice as good. Day after chili's peak, though, it's so good. Chili is like one of the ultimate leftover foods. Oh, you know what I'm excited to make? This is one of my favorite things, too. We got Canadian Thanksgiving this weekend. Making a nice turkey soup. Oh, I can't wait. So I carved the turkey, right? And when I carved the turkey, I cut everything off of it. I cut the breasts off, I cut the legs, the drums, I take the meat off the back, everything. And I get that shit in a pot. As I'm plating up and carving it, I have a pot beside me and I'm getting my stock ready. I already have like my onions, my carrots and stuff in there for the stock. And I get that stock rolling immediately. Yeah, turkey noodle soup, so good. So good. Such a good way to use your leftover turkey, too. I found the secret ingredient, too. One of the secret ingredients for a good turkey soup is turmeric. Turmeric is something that I just started using more the last couple years, and I wish I had used it more. Not a lot of it, though. You got to be very subtle with it. But one thing you'll actually find, too, is like when you open up like a can of chicken noodle soup and stuff like that, you know that traditional like yellow color it has? That's actually turmeric. We have a bad habit of talking about food a lot here. Maybe it's a good habit, though. I don't know if I'd call it a bad habit, actually. The hell? My shit getting spooky all of a sudden. Carrots, onions. Yeah. So you make a mirepoix, right? Which is, yeah, exactly that. Carrots, onions, celery is your mirepoix. And here, I'll just walk you through the steps of it. So, make sure I don't forget anything. I cut up all those vegetables that we just mentioned. The onions, the celery, and the carrots to make my mirepoix. I put that in the pan with a little bit of oil to sweat it out. And increase a little bit of depth. I like to try to get a slight little color to it, right? Get the onions caramelized. Get some like little slightly darker bits on the carrots. The celery just kind of loses water. And then I'll add in like a maybe a tablespoon of butter and a tablespoon of flour, almost as if you're making a roux, but all the vegetables are in there. And you just kind of like cook a little bit of the, I don't know what that flavor is in flour, but you get a bit of that out. And then I just start adding in my, I'll actually have my stock made from the night before already in another pot. And then I just start kind of ladling that in a little bit at a time and build that up, right? And just a little bit, it adds a little bit of like a creaminess to, like doing almost like that slight roux adds like a little creaminess to the broth, but it still feels like a broth, not like a stew. And I build that up, just ladle in more and more stock, and then I just really add my chicken and my noodles. So I'll add the, I'll shred the chicken and put it to the side, or the turkey, one or the other. And I'll put that to the side. Or I'll chop it up if I just want chunks. That's kind of more of a preference thing if you want it shredded or like chunks. Doesn't really matter which way you go. But I'll have that off to the side and ready. And then I'll take the noodles and I'll cook the noodles right in the stock, because the starch from the noodles, I feel like also, it's a good way to put more flavor and creaminess to the stock as well. And then as soon as it's all ready, since the chicken and the turkey's already cooked, basically once everything's ready, I just add that to the pot and then I turn it off, and the leftover heat warms the chicken back up. The noodles, it really depends on what the family's feeling like. My kids absolutely love the little shell noodles, so I'll use those most of the time. Egg noodles are fantastic too, yeah. But my kids love shell noodles. Rotini's good too. I like rotini noodles. I typically don't have a ton of noodles in my soup though. I like to do more of the, like more veggies and more either turkey or chicken. And then there's a little bit of noodles in there as well. New outfit? Yeah, it looks alright. We'll see what the dye zones do to it. Yeah. Actually, that's a good reminder. Maybe I'll do the noodles on the side too. I normally do them in the stock, but I am doing low carb as of like the last, maybe it's been like 4 months now. So maybe doing the noodles on the side is kind of the play. The way I make a turkey soup too is almost the exact same way I'll make like a stew as well. If I'm making like a beef stew, it's basically the exact same steps, except before I add like some more butter and flour and kind of do like a little roux in the bottom, I will put like a tablespoon of tomato paste in with the mirepoix first, and just kind of cook the tomato paste a bit. It really helps take the edge off the tomato paste, and that tomato paste just brings such nice taste to a stew. And then I'll add the butter and the flour, and I'll usually go a bit more because, like, with a stew, you try to make it a bit thicker, right? And, but then, like, almost everything else is identical. And then, instead of noodles, you use potatoes. My armors need to stop fucking with me? Eh. It is what it is. I just need a new MMO to come out with fun combat that doesn't have time gates and unlimited progression. And then I could just move on. But unfortunately, they've been slowly removing all the things that I really find fun in video. They're just lucky there's no competition out there. I'm not going to be one of those people who says they quit, and maybe they intend to quit, and then a month later they're back on it because they realize there's nothing else out there anyways. It was funny. I actually haven't seen Azel back in here. There was, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, Azel came in here. He's like, what do you think about Vessel Vision quitting? I'm like, quitting? I said, I'll believe it when, you know, he doesn't play the game. This is most likely going to be the same as anybody else quitting, where they're back on the game in no time. And it was literally that night. Vessel Vision was streaming himself playing BDO. Azel was making a big old fucking stink about it. The fact that I said that I doubted that he actually quit. Oh, that shit was so funny. That's the thing. Unless you're gonna quit MMOs in general, there's nothing else out there. Yeah. But then Blue made a vid saying you're quitting? Yeah, well. Unfortunately, you know, you can control the words that come out of your mouth, but you can't control how those words enter someone's ear. Yeah, we're waiting for somebody to say, man, I just slapped myself upside the head thinking there was a fly in my ear. Fuck you. What a perfect addition. Unless they make it all in one. They've been trying not to do that lately, right? They actually went through a bunch of costumes and separated all the pieces because they know people like to mix and match. So, I hope they don't do that too, but you never know, right? I think it's typically like certain costumes. Like I think with, like for example, with the Guts outfit, right? I think that was like a package deal. They had to kind of do all or nothing, right? Same with like the Bugatti, and like there's certain outfits. The Solaire Knight outfit too. They don't want you mix and matching other pieces with it. I'm just waiting for that. Oh, BD9. You might be right there. I don't think the BD9 has pieces. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there we go. Equipped on top, shoes. Wait, is there shoes? Yeah, there you go. So it actually covers two. That's kind of weird. That's also the BD9 Plus. I think there was just a normal BD9 as well. Yeah, if you started with full Tet Fallen God armors though, and you had average luck with all your clicks, you should be full Tet this week. That's also including the 5 free stones. You should be full Tet armors this week, which means next week your average enhancers that started at full Tet boss armors, if they have deck weapons, should be able to do Kafras. Starting not next week, but next week their enhancements will go well enough. Assuming they're average again, that they should start being able to do Kafras the following week. So there should be a lot more people doing Kafras. Not necessarily this week too, but definitely the week after. Because all of the average people should be starting to step into that territory. Yeah, hey, if I go 4-4 next week, yeah, that puts me right back to average. But the likelihood of going multiple enhancements in a row keeps getting smaller and smaller. All it could take is one deck, one tap later on, right? The higher we get, the more impactful getting lucky on one piece becomes at saving you stones, so... I just want to start getting the 5th stone. That's all I care about. Yeah, that's what I care about, because that's one more click, right? Once you're on Kafras, that's like a free Tenebron boss every month. Right? Every 4 weeks, that's 4 extra stones. Yeah. The DP itself is pretty inconsequential. The thing that annoys me the most is I'm being gate-kept out of content because of it. Which means RNG can gatekeep you out of it, which is... That's the thing that annoys me the most. That's why I like there being like an alternative. Like, I wish that you could get Adanias like at the chance of limbos, right? Maybe you get 1 or 2 extra clicks a week. You can keep the weekly. I think weeklies are really good for your casual players to make sure they get a solid baseline of progression every week. You can't expect them to have to grind 20 hours per click or more, right? But you know, the reality is the amount of stats you actually get from these armors isn't really that big. Collectively, right, across a full set of deck versus a full set of pry, it's a pretty big deal. But the individual steps and stuff are really, really minor amount of stats. And, you know, at least if I could get 1 or 2 extra clicks a week with how much I grind, like, that'd be kind of nice. I would at least make, it would make me feel like my hours, my extra hours I'm putting in are for an actual purpose. Right now, it does feel like I'm grinding just aimlessly. Be a good thing for them to use the distorted stones for too, right? Maybe have a secondary use for the distorted stones. If you collect 50 distorted stones, you can also make an Adania fragment, but it also make it consume a bunch of other mats. And then if you get 50 silence, you can do the same thing, but it consumes less mats because it is 50 silence instead of 50 distorted. Yeah, that'd be a good way to make sure the distorteds have value. But then I think the problem with the distorteds is I think they're intending for like these stones to be like the catch-up mechanic. That as time goes on, you know, these things are gonna all sit on the market in abundance, so new players will have those instead of having to, you know, worry about costumes and stuff. Yeah, I don't know about you, Divios, but if instead of doing this time-gated shit, as compensation for the Pen Fallen God owners, if they just gave them a cool title and their armor said something cool on it, like it had some cool flavor text for having it before the Adana armors came out, I would have actually tried to buy a Pen Fallen God. Because something like that to me is way cooler than, you know, having like a couple stat difference. Like Ancient Pots, yeah, is the perfect example. I think that's something that's way cooler than, you know, gatekeeping 99.99% of the community. Just so the Pen Fallen God owners can feel like their time wasn't completely wasted.
Me tired of smashing mobs. Time to smash books. Brain stronger than brawn, me prove it. Me no dumb. Me learn now.
Yeah. The Karazad stones I found annoying too. The only reason why I didn't care so much about the Karazad stones is because I thought that they were just like, they were only a time gate for the people who were immediately ready to turn in their pen debos, right? But for anybody who starts the game now, if they're doing their rifts every week as they're gearing up and progressing, then by time they're at the point to start working on deck Karazads, they already have more than enough stones than they need.
Time to smash, bussy.
And I think that's a good way to do a time gate. Because then at least you slow the progression of the people who are at the top. But it's not like a long-term, like everybody who gets there is going to be time-gated by it. And that probably won't happen with the Adani armors, right? I'm sure they will become a lot more available as time goes on. But I don't know, I just don't like these artificial limits. I like it. See, the thing that I do like about this region is like the Adania, the end times and the heralds, right? There's something that everybody has to come out here and grind and play the region to get upgrades. That's how new content releases should be. Where you have to actually play.
Today, me conquer knowledge,
Play
not
the new
busting.
content. I liked how they did that. And the thing is, too, as time goes on, those will eventually start sitting. It's going to take some time, but they will start sitting. And then, you know, then the whales will start to have access to it. But I think systems should be put in place where the whales still are incentivized to play. I'm already done with my end times, though. I'm actually able to sell them now. I just need to finish off 3 more heralds. Yo, what's up, Brownie Chief? These are the last 3 I have, and honestly, 2 of them are kind of pointless. In what world am I ever going to run an offensive evasion setup? It's kind of an oxymoron. But the OCD in me just wants to get it.
If me read enough, maybe me remember which side of axe is sharp.
For the time when they decide to randomly Omega buff evasion for a month, you'll be ready. Yeah, that's the thing about PA, is they are terrible at overcorrecting, right? That pendulum swings and they give it momentum. Instead of it going like one direction, then slightly back, and then a little bit less back, and then a little less back as it slowly finds like this perfect center. PA, they'll be like, oh, the pendulum's too far, and they run and they fucking like just slap that shit full throttle, and then it goes flying to the other side. PA is so awful for that, and that's exactly the reason why I don't want to get rid of it. With the way that they have evasion now designed too, it is super susceptible to that happening. It feels so meaningless at the lower levels because of how it scales, but also because of how it scales, it is so insane at the higher levels. You just actually can't get enough evasion to get to those really good levels over accuracy if people are building any accuracy. The main reason why some people are getting away with evasion right now is because 99% of the player base is DR, and most people are aware, hey, I'm more effective against those the 99 DR people than the 1 evasion people. But as soon as they create an environment where people start keeping 1 or 2 accuracy crystals in, those people who can get away with a little bit of evasion, they're absolutely cooked. But yeah, because of the way evasion scales now, if they ever do overcorrect and make it so you can get a solid amount again, you're just going to end up with, you know, back to the old shit where evasion is completely unkillable. You also have to remember, too, back in the day, one of the reasons why evasion was so insane was not only could you get yourself unkillable, but we had AP brackets that were super stacked, right? 261, 265, and 269. And if you were geared enough, you could get those 3 brackets while being giga stacked with evasion. So you could actually still kill people really effectively because you had the majority of your AP while having all that evasion. If the AP brackets were more linear at that time, then it wouldn't have been nearly as big of a deal because you would have saw like if you would have taken all that AP and spread it out amongst all the levels linearly, it wouldn't have been as much of a massive damage spike to hit those AP brackets. But yeah, once you could start running 269 with an evasion offhand, you felt like a god. Because if you were like below, if you were at 257 running an evasion offhand, you felt like you did negative damage. At 269, as long as your combos were good, you could kill anybody. Alchemy Stone about to go hard. I hope they don't time gate it. My biggest concern is they end up making it so you use Adonia fragments to enhance the Alchemy Stone as well. And then you have to start deciding between your armors and your Alchemy Stone. I'm fucking worried about that. You missed the era where Valk was the anti-evasion class? The original anti-evasion class was Awakened Maewa. Yeah. That's why I'm worried about that. It sounds super plausible. I still remember back in the day where like every Musa would have a Maewa ult that they could swap their gear to try to kill evasion people. I remember we would see people like TG Fool and can't remember who the other BR Musas, and they would just, as soon as Divios showed up to the battlefield and some of the other evasion people, they would all swap to their Awakened Maewas from their Awakened Musas.
If this be balance, then we prefer chaos. At least chaos honest.
And we got one. People are pretty quick with it. Yeah. And you know what was awesome about that, Divios? Because I was still DR Warrior at the time, so they would all swap to their Awakened Maewas to kill you guys, and then I became unkillable. All I'd have to worry about is a potential ranger or something in the background. Always those fucking rat rangers. Yeah, the 3 of us out on the beach after tax cart, that was a blast. That was a blast. Man, whatever happened to tax cart? Is the money that irrelevant from it? I had completely forgotten about tax cart. It's a bill if you're the only person there in 20 minutes. I remember when we were doing that in Joe, and if Digi and BR showed up to try to fuck with the tax cart, I would make like 10 times more money. Because I would just put on my DP setup, and I wouldn't die, but they'd be killing all the other Cho. And I'd just feast. Holy. Every week I prayed they would show up to fuck with the cart so I could make more money. Get these fucking rat rangers out of here who are taking my money. Here, also, here's the video. Oh, yeah, yeah. Damn, this music is so calming. Rocky Balboa, that's right. I forgot Joe was there. Oh, that's right. Solon was there too. I think he was there on Archer. I think he was playing Archer at this time. TG obviously on the Musa. Nindu, I think he was a ninja. Yeah. Man, even 6 typing in guild chat? Oh, those were the days. Bring back the morning crew. Damn, escape is instant too? I forgot about that. Yeah, people were so fast with escape. People would like, because you had the old interface, right? Can you still bring up the old menu? Yeah. So they would have their mouse ready over it, and then they'd hit escape. So they just hit escape, and it's already in position, then they click that shit. Escape one space, yeah. That's why I moved my all-in-one presets there too. So I could just do this. And then click apply. And as long as you don't swap crystals or skill add-ons, it's instant. So if you can grind in a PvP setup, like PvP add-ons and PvP crystals, then the rest of the stuff swaps instantly. No, add-ons, yeah, if you're DR, having PvE, PvP add-ons are super easy. If you're evasion, it's a little bit trickier, because you're trying to fit like an evasion add-on in there, but it's still way easier than it used to be. Yeah, in these new spots, it's pretty important. I can actually grind Tenebrom in a PvP setup. The only thing that I have to swap that isn't PvP-wise is obviously resists. I honestly think they should get rid of PvE resists. I think resists in general are just dumb. Resists in PvE don't even feel good. You either have enough, you either don't have enough and you can randomly die, and it feels like you might as well not even have any resist in. Or you put in so much that now you have 100%.
And you never have to worry about it. So, all it effectively does is just remove 2 crystal slots. That's it. It provides no value, it doesn't add any depth to the game. They should get rid of, like, the CCs mobs do. And I think they should still have, like, bosses and stuff that do CCs. Like, when they do a circle on the ground and there's a big attack. I think having shit like that does CCs is good. Because it's something you have to pay attention for and you can dodge if you're paying attention, right? But
having random mobs like these frogs, you could be short 1% CCs, 1% resist, and they'll just spam knock you down. So at that point, right, when every attack of the little mobs is also trying to CC you, it's either 100% or nothing. There's nothing in between.
That's a lot of damage!
One resist crystal, 25% all. So you don't have to swap them. That too, right? So you don't have to swap them from grind spot to grind spot. But I also think that they just shouldn't... You shouldn't have to worry about resist when grinding mobs anyways. Just make it a mechanical thing where you need to avoid the attack. And make it so your protections work against them too. You could have some where maybe they don't. And I think that's a missed opportunity too, is like the color of the telegraph circles. It seems like there's no rhyme or reason. Sometimes... Usually, like, I think always red is bad, but sometimes there's black circles, white circles, green circles, yellow circles, and there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason why any of them are anything for any reason. Like, they need to make it so like the red circles are damage, maybe the black circles instantly one-shot you, make it so the purple circles apply debuffs, make it so green circles are always beneficial. Like, if you're gonna have different colored circles, at least have a fucking method to your madness. It's just so fucking random right now. There's not even consistency across bosses. Yeah. Yeah, have a certain colored circle for attacks that avoid CCs. Avoid protections, right? Or ignore protections. You can have the red circles. Those are the ones where you can super armor or forward guard. Make the black circle, or the black circles one shot. The purple circles are debuffs. You can make yellow circles are the ones that ignore protections. So you have to either iframe it or completely get out of there. And then make green circles beneficial. If there was like an actual pattern to it, that'd be so much better. Oh yeah, I guess there's blue circles too, right? I don't know. It's so random. It's like, what color should we use for this attack? And they just fucking throw a dart at a dartboard. Colorblind people POV? Yeah. Or have no colors, right? Or just have 2 colors. You don't even have to have all those different colors. But the fact that they have all these colors and they don't actually use them, that's what probably irritates me the most. Yeah. There's those sticky snowflakes. Forgot I had that video running on my other monitor. I see TG on his Mewa now. HB bar colors too? Yeah, that'd be nice. I like the stacked HB bars, but yeah, it'd be cool if you could actually pick the colors. stacked HP bars are kind of a good way too to see roughly how geared someone is when you first attack them. That too, yeah. Yeah, it's slowly adding up HP wise. It's gonna be an extra 2k between base and full armors, right? Like extra 500 HP per armor. Yeah. I'm glad we're getting the trial changes next week. Uh-oh, my phone's vibrating. Did my wife just message me? That felt like a message from my wife. Oh, that reminds me. My fucking garbage can went missing. My garbage can lid went missing today. It was kind of windy out. And when I went upstairs to make lunch, I looked outside, my garbage can was laying in the road and the lid was missing. I actually did a walk down the street the way the wind was blowing towards, and I couldn't find it. Which leads me to believe either A, someone else thought my lid was their lid, or B, maybe the garbage man accidentally threw the lid in the back of the truck, although I doubt that. A bear now has a frisbee, yeah. The thing is our city's actually distributing their own garbage cans. They're slowly phasing us into like their own specific cans and for recycling and everything, right? And I think we're like next up, so it's not even that big of a deal. I gotta worry about crows in my neighborhood though, like fucking with the garbage. But I have another can with a lid, and we typically only put one can out every week, so it's not that big of a deal. And once they give us their cans, it's not gonna be an issue at all anymore. I'm just gonna get rid of my old cans. It's like 2 blocks away, everybody has their new cans, so I wouldn't be surprised if this week we get ours. So I'm not too pressed about it. It's still annoying though. Yeah, yeah. That's exactly how the new cans are with that they're going to be distributing to us. And the cans are much heavier too. The truck is going to be, well, I mean, there's still going to be a driver, but it's kind of automated, where they just drive up to the can and an arm comes out and grabs it a specific way and dumps it. So I don't know how much time it actually saves the garbage men though, because like sure, now there's only 1 guy on the truck instead of 2. But I swear, like, we already have had those for recycling. And, like, I could sit out there and watch the garbage man, the recycling truck go down the street. And I swear, like, every block he has to get out and walk out of the vehicle and around to, you know, fix something that's messed up. Because maybe the arm bumped it slightly the wrong way or something like that. I don't know if it's actually saving them time. But I guess even if it isn't saving them time, if they only have to pay 1 person instead of 2, then it's saving them money. Oh yeah, our mailbox is actually attached to our house. It's not out on the curb, so I don't have to worry about that. If he's taking my mailbox, goddamn. Although, pretty soon, I mean, Canada Post is fucking up, so it might only be a matter of time before I gotta start going to a Dropbox. Which honestly, they should just be doing that anyways. All the lazy people. Who cares if you have to go like a block away to get your mail once a week? It's not a big deal. After this cycle, we got to call it a day. I got to go pick up my daughter from school. And then in 30 minutes after that, I have to go pick up my other daughter from school. And today's a little bit of an easier dinner night. I'm actually just going to pick up some pitas from Pita Pit. Because as soon as I grab my wife today, we actually have to go down to the old Dutch warehouse and pick up a chip order. My daughters do fundraising for dance, and, you know, they sell a bunch of chips and stuff to people. Boxes of chips for Halloween for $10 a box. And, yeah, we just have to go down and pick them up and distribute them, so... This day every year, I end up just either getting us subs or pitas, since we're just sitting in the vehicle anyways. I really love the Southwest chicken pita from Pita Pit. It has peppers, mushrooms, onions, the chicken. I get romaine lettuce on it, roasted red peppers, cheddar cheese, red onions, and a something chipotle sauce. I can't remember. Is it like a wrap? It's kind of like a wrap, yeah. So it's a pita is like a wrap, except it's fluffier, and they cut it open, so it's kind of more of like a big pocket that they stuff everything into, and then they roll it up. It holds everything together better. Well, I guess wraps hold it together well too, but it's kind of like a wrap pocket. Like a Durham? I don't know what a Durham is. Let me see. Durham's a wheat. No, it's not like a Durham. I actually might not, you know what, I'm just actually gonna call it here. I don't really have time to finish this. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Let's see who's live right now. I'm gonna send you guys over to Steve. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful day. We'll catch you all later.